And we are live from Mysterious Brick, as named by our very own bot, ToBeOrNotToBot. It's the 5th show of the OctTooby tour. Hey to, of course, bodybuilder Tubi Stonix here, Jazzy's here, I'm only big child, Mo Low, Mr. Robert, Muty Mangoes, Pierre TV, Brother Mooch, Susie Pink. Welcome back, Susie Pink, and Hero Papaya. And Banjo Fox. Let's see. Literally 24 hours ago, I didn't know if I was going to be able to do the looping stream for like weeks or a month. I had a disaster yesterday with computer. But I think we're okay. I mean, I've wasted 20, I don't know how many hours. Probably almost 15 hours at this point, 15, 20 hours. Jazzies, I've been finding sounds that sound slightly detuned. Don't be surprised if some of them fall in a song. Okay. Oh, Badger, you normally stream? Well, it's good to see you now. I hope your stream is going well. There's a computer that I run Ableton on that I've been avoiding upgrading. So I was on 10.11 OS 10, and OS is up to 10.19 or something. I don't know. You know, so it's very out of date, and there's security risks with it, which is part of what happened. Security related. And but not only did I not want to upgrade because I was worried my code wouldn't work, and I just didn't want to deal with it until I actually had to. And I also was going to have to buy software, which was expensive if I did upgrade. But I sort of had no choice. So among other things, I didn't go all the way up to the latest OS. I didn't want to. I wanted to, because I'm still running a 2013 Mac Pro. So I only went up to Mojave. But that meant, but the Ableton I had does not work on that. So I jumped from Ableton 9 to 11. And that's where the problem started. Oh, I was feeling utter despair at around this time 24 hours ago. I was just because it wasn't working. Like it would, like in a major way. Like it just was not working with all my custom stuff and my code, and it was ultimately just one big thing and a bunch of little things. But because of the big thing, all the little things seemed like big things. But it was probably the most stressful day I've had in a couple years. Yeah, I had maybe more. Well, yeah, a single day of stress. It's pretty high up there. But I think I've fixed it. I think it's working. And I did a full test today. I only found one thing that I could not fix yet. But I'm sure there's going to be at least a few things that we're going to run into. I mean, one thing like the drum thing is not going to line up perfectly anymore because Ableton Live's, that's slightly different, the interface. Jazzes, oh, you were sick, you were stressed, it made you sick? Yeah, we all got to be careful. The music says Ableton 11 happened. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. When I'm in the thick of it, I'm just so frustrated because y'all know I feel I have no time, and anything that takes me off track is very disheartening. And then I know that I'm going to be getting a new computer soon, so to waste this time on an old computer when I'm going to have to do it again, because anyone who has a complex computer setup, redoing a computer is not an hour task. It's often days to get your computer back to where it was. So knowing that I'm gonna have to do it again. Now, once it's done though, that's the great thing is I don't get worked up about yesterday. I mean, I'm sharing it, but the frustration is that was yesterday. I don't feel this, oh man, I wasted 15 hours now. I mean, I did say that verbally, but yesterday while I was in it, I think it's because I didn't know if I was going to work out. That uncertainty is what makes it especially difficult, But I'm not kidding. I literally talked to somebody yesterday around this time, and I said, I think I'm going to have to put the looping show on hold because I just felt like I don't have it in me to fix this right now. I just didn't have it. And then I was like, I got to just try a little longer. And it was this little thing that sent me in the right direction, fixing it. And then everything else was easy after that. Now, stability, I have no idea. We might have Ableton crashing all the time. I don't know. But I've done 2 tracks, just tests, and I didn't have any crashes. So hopefully we're okay. Pieces, I used to be very good at making proper images. A list of all apps I used to work with, full backable. It took a day at that point, but yeah, it makes it a while. Well, part of it, Pete, was a security concern. So I didn't want to do, it was not just a concern. I mean, my computer almost certainly was hacked in some way. So I didn't want to do and I needed to upgrade OS. So I had to wipe the drive and then upgrade the OS. And it meant reinstalling lots of programs. I had to get updates because it's a new OS, and so yeah, it wasn't just replacing something. It was an actual upgrade in many ways. But Brother Wishes, I know how that feeling, yeah. But now that it's done, the good news is that it seems like my stuff basically works with Ableton 11, which is something I was worried about. I still don't know if it's going to work with Ableton 11 on the new Mac, the new whatever this called, Apple Silicon chips. I don't know, but we'll deal with that when we have to. But it was funny because I was dealing with all this, and then this morning I watched one of the YouTubers I really like, Van Life YouTubers, who has the same vehicle that I'm thinking about getting. It has one of the most, if not the most impressive van build I've seen for a small van, for any van. But he squeezed so much into this tiny vehicle. Anyway, he had replaced his transmission recently, and then the video I just saw, just less than 2 months later, it died again, the transmission, and it was just a good reminder of he seemed to be having a good attitude about it, but it's like, oh man. But I think I was saying this a couple weeks ago. I think that we're gonna have horrible days in our life. We're gonna have a lot of horrible days that feel unbearable, and sometimes weeks, maybe a month, maybe a year, years sometimes. But and we can't. A lot of times you can't do anything. It's just gonna happen. There's no way to prevent it, like a fan transmission, or And I think that's why I really want to focus. I've tried to focus, and I want to focus, especially as I think about the van stuff, on if you can make your day to day good, as good as you can make it, just the mundane aspects of your life. If you can make those solid, you put yourself in a much better position to deal with when the bad things happen. Okay, let's create a new empty track. Used to make that a couple of years. Yeah, I feel that. I've been there. I had a bad 15 years in a row. I mean, it wasn't relentlessly awful, but it was not. It was there was some pretty bad stretches, but overall it was not good. I had some really good years before those 15, and then after the 15 was around when I started streaming, when I started preparing the show, that I finally moved beyond that stretch in my life. Let's see. Texas Linus has agreed. I just finished writing a paper about challenges and accepting uncertainty and ambiguity. 1010 can confirm. I told this story before. I always like to remind myself, and some of y'all have heard it, but I lived in this house in the Boston area for, I don't know, 12 years, a long time. And at one point towards the end of my time there, we were cleaning, and we happened to take this cushion off this chair that had probably had not been cleaned in 10 years. And there was a huge set of keys, a keychain, right? With like 20 keys on it, tons of stuff. And I recognized it was mine, right? It was my set of keys. But I could not remember having lost them. But obviously I did. It's not like I had two sets of keys. You know, I've never in my life had two sets. That was my set of keys. It had post office box. It had, it had lots of stuff, lots of important things on it. But this thing that probably ruined my day or week or month when it happened, to have to deal with that, no memory of it. I don't know how many years it had passed. It might have been 2 years or 5 years. I don't know how long it passed. But this thing that was horrific at the time, I'm sure, not horrific, that's a little melodramatic, but this thing that's, losing your keys is not a good thing. Sometimes it's not a big deal, but I know with some of the keys that I found on there, I was like, yeah, this is rough. This would have been rough, but whatever. And it's the same thing. I've had computer disasters before, but it'd be very hard for me to remember them right now. Today I'm going to forget about within a month, even as awful as I felt yesterday. Okay, let's see. Pieces, that's the ironic part. I had an amazing period before when traveling around the world. When I came back, it all happened. I mean, I like to think that I don't regret. I don't want to change all the stuff that happened. I mean, in a lot of ways, I think in some ways it was maybe me finally dealing with the consequences of things that happened when I was an adolescent, in some weird ways. But I don't, as awful as it was a lot of those years, I wouldn't change it, because my attitude sort of is that if mentally we go to a place that isn't good, even if we can point to something that caused it, right, and say, that's why I went bad up here. The thing is, if we remove that thing that we think caused it, okay, maybe it delays it. But if we were in a mental space where something is going to derail us that badly, it was going to happen eventually. So I like to think that it happened and I had to figure my way out of it, but that I'm better positioned to never have to go through that again, or at least not go through that specific kind of mental health challenge again, But okay, let's see. Do we have our requests? Yeah. Pieces, everything's a great lesson. Maybe just later down the road, that's the way I see it. Okay. But man, when you're in the thick of it, it's hard to have perspective. I mean, I just kept telling myself this yesterday. It's like, I'm gonna in a couple days is not even in a couple days I'll probably be fine, or at least in a month I'll be fine. Whatever happens, it'll be okay. I think what made it especially difficult is there were financial ramifications to what happened, and yeah. But let's see. But I was thinking, I guess I'm just gonna do talk streams for the next month or two, until I have until I can figure out what to do with everything. But it looks like you're not gonna have to deal with that. Because if you break it down phonetically, it's do lessons. Your mistakes turned you into the right thing in the end. You're an amazing human musician. Thanks, Muty. I still am very, very flawed, Muty. I will always be flawed, but thank you. Susie Pig, no, I'm in New Mexico. I went from the Boston area. Well, I've lived in a lot of places, but I was in Boston mostly as a young adult. When does young adulthood start? As a legal young, 18 plus, whatever that is. I don't know, when is young adult? Yeah, as a young adult into my early 30s, and then I was in California, and then I'm in New Mexico now. And I'm preparing to go on the road in a van, in which case I'll be from everywhere and nowhere all at once. First request ever. Summer Yells drum fill, first ever drum fill, drum loop, and sound. It's also going to be Susie Pink's first sound. Banjo, you were in Boston in your youth? Yeah, I arrived when I was 18 or 19 in the Boston area. Before that, yeah, I guess I moved around. I've been in the Mountain West before. I was in the Northeast, in Vermont for a long time. I lived in West Africa when I was a little kid for a couple years. Mr. Roberts' 650th sound and Mole Wallen's 850th request. Pieces most difficult in those times I find myself is not to get cynical. I feel that. I think, Tubi's not recognizing subscriptions. Oh, and Funk, thanks for the 31-month sub. Not all of them? Okay, I'm not gonna, we'll just, I think I know why that might be happening, but I'm gonna have to deal with it later, unfortunately. Reconcile Twitch subs. Nobody's getting custom drum loops? Sorry, and I didn't realize that the radio had stopped. I think it was because Twitch reset stream, but I'd already reset, so I'd forgot that I would need to do it again. So I think Twitch didn't turn it off while I was going, but Twitch restarts streams every 48 hours, I think. So it must have hit that 48-hour mark and then not been able to restart or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, Pete, in terms of cynicism, I think I'm such an inherently optimistic, idealistic person that I've mostly been able to ward off cynicism. But I think towards not exactly, I don't know, it was about 10 years into my 15 years of badness, there were some things that happened that really challenged my idealism. And I could feel myself sliding towards cynicism. And maybe that's why I was so determined to work through it, is I just knew that if I lost that, I mean, that would be losing myself in the most profound way. To have that, character change. I mean, character development is interesting in storytelling, right? But I don't want to be a Breaking Bad character. There's lots of problems with idealism, as I could expound upon, but won't right now. There's a lot of problems. It's not a good thing like a lot of people think, but I still prefer that to, for myself, to cynicism. I mean, I have lots of great friends who are cynical, and they're still amazing, wonderful people. But it's just fundamentally, it's for myself. That idealism and optimism is what I think really makes me who I am. Let's see. The life is long. Maybe I'll be in my 80s and I'll be like, this is my time to be grumpy and cynical all the time. And I'll just rant on Twitch and I'll trash talk everybody and everything we hold dear to our hearts. I'll be relentlessly cruel and acerbic. ToBe didn't recognize you, big child? Yeah, these particular issues should have absolutely nothing to do with my computer problem, because ToBe doesn't run on the computer that has a problem. I mean, ToBe runs on everything, but ToBe's brain's on another computer, so I think this is something different. Did I say hi to Amods this year? G to Bill, Bean Salsa, and thanks again to Funk, Triskel Kid. Just because I do get annoyed when my music time is equipped by troubleshooting hardware or software. Yeah. I get tense just thinking about it. Because I'm very cynical towards myself, actually. The better I get at something, the more I have disbelief in motives. In your motives for why you're doing it? Is that what you mean? Banjo says, you grumpy and cynical? Never. I definitely get grumpy. Y'all don't, y'all are protected for the most part from my grumpiness. Y'all see me down though sometimes. Y'all definitely have seen that. I tend to be pretty transparent. But I'm fortunate that I'm adaptable. So often when I'm in a really bad mood, y'all will pick me up, and so it's as if I'm not in a bad mood anymore. So I don't ever really try to hide anything. I think I just try to be open to something that's different than what I'm feeling when I'm with y'all, say, open to change. what just happened? Oh, was that supposed to be up there? Oh yeah, that's one of the bugs that I didn't fix. It's not a bug, I should hurry, I gotta beat the hour. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you meant, Muty, but I think I'd say I'm similar in that I wouldn't say cynical towards myself, but I reserve most of my, or almost all of my negativity and antipathy and for myself, and not for other people. You know, I really direct all my angst inwards. Wow, this new Ableton is a lot harder to see from a distance. Either that or the stress of it aged me and my eyes don't work as well as they used to. I gotta work on this theme. I don't like this theme. I think I'm using the default Ableton 9 theme, but that's not what I was using before. I was using more of a dark mode theme. Okay, our drum kit is the sidechain. Everything's a victory if it works. Again, I went through this whole cycle before the show, so it should be okay. Okay, now why did that do that? So our drums are not going to exactly line up. Doesn't look as good as it did before. Like the colors are all different, but we might just have to, I don't know if I'm gonna have energy to fix this. I might just leave it like this until I get the new computer. Since I have to redo everything then. Okay, Muty. I have no idea about any new features on on this version of Ableton. I have no idea what it is at all. All I know is that I was able to do what I needed to in my testing. Okay, there's our first beat. And then Summer. Wait, that's not lined up. Oh, it was the other one not lined up either? Oh yeah, that's what because this has to be like that. There we go. There, that's... Yeah, you missed my rant, Pierre. I had a catastrophic computer thing yesterday, and I had no choice but to upgrade my operating system, which meant I had to upgrade Ableton, which I've been very afraid of doing. So I'm now on the latest, greatest Ableton. But I'm still way down in OS on Mac. I didn't go up to the latest OS. I went from 10.11 to 10.15. You're sorry for my loss. Whoops, I didn't have those all selected, did I? But man, I should have recorded what was going on when I was trying to test it for yesterday. I would play one note, you know, and then the weirdest sounds were happening. You know, be like, "Bob, wait up." It was crazy. I couldn't figure out what was going on. And I eventually did, but obviously. I think I was just so stressed out from it happening in the first place that I was having a hard time thinking rationally and just thinking, you know, if there's one thing that I have a lot of experience at, it's troubleshooting. So I just gotta go through the troubleshooting routine. which is always simple. It's real straightforward troubleshooting. You can't see that you can't troubleshoot if you're just looking at the big picture. Sometimes you have to break it down into the smallest parts, and just see, okay, is this one little thing working? Okay, it is. Is this other little thing working? Oh no, it isn't. Oh, that's why the whole big picture isn't working. But if you just look at the big picture, it seems like everything is broken. But it's just one thing though. Okay. We got our beats. Thanks, Summer. And Summer, if you're wondering how you got this, when you followed, you got some random requests automatically. But going forward, you'll need to manually make them either in chat, like Pierre's doing, Whoopi TV, or on our on-screen extension. You can also whisper requests to our bot. I think theoretically you could make requests over in the radio channel, We got a sound from Susie Pinkett's analog bass. There was one bug that I've been experiencing in Ableton for a while that I was hoping that I didn't when I first started doing the show. It didn't start happening until about a year ago, and I was hoping that bug wouldn't carry over, but it did. It's so annoying when it happens. So I trigger loops using this little keyboard down here, and I create sections of a song. I sort of thinking, not exactly verse, chorus, bridge, but I'm thinking different parts of the song. And so I'll build up one part of the song, and then I'll have a command that I'll run sometimes, which what it does is it draws a line across all of Ableton to sort of separate out the different sections. And then it saves that section so that I can trigger it, because I don't use Ableton Live scenes, because scenes are really limited in how they work. I needed something much more sophisticated than scenes. And then it's supposed to automatically start recording a loop. So the previous section ends, and so one command does all these things. It starts recording a loop. And every once in a while, that loop won't record, and then I can't record any other loops. And I'm stuck having to record loops the old-fashioned way, which is with the mouse on Ableton. It's dreadful. Watch out for me making a little face sometimes right after I start a new section of a song. You'll often see what happens is I'll play something, and then it won't loop, and I'll sort of look around confused. Why is it not looping? Okay, here's Walking Mono with Destruction. And then Peace and Friendship. And then Miss Robert Haunting Echoes. It's pretty quiet. I think it's just a quiet sound. Everything's pretty quiet. I haven't changed any volumes. Unless Ableton Live is quieter. Ableton 11. Is this about normal though? And then we got Space Chapel. Yeah, I need to amp up my levels a little more. I just keep forgetting to do that. Okay, we're going to beat the hour. We got 4 minutes. Hey, Clueless Cargo. Father Five, hey. Where did you visit? It was a long way. Huh. A long ways away from Boston. Well, it's a long way. Well, coast to California, Montana. Or California? Or did you go to Australia? Oh, Muty, I'll try to scroll up. Sorry, I missed it. Let me scroll up. Did you at me in it? How did I miss it? I don't see it. Weird. You'll post again, okay. Fair enough. You visited Tipperary. Oh, nice. Hey, Andy. That's the White Show. Hey, welcome, nice one, Mara. Oops. Father Five went to Tipperary. Oops, I jumped the gun. It's because I gotta beat the hour. Hey, Obi-Wan. Okay, here we go. It's time to... Oh, I end the poll. I'm not as far along as I thought it was. Ah, better hurry. Skip. Skip that step. No time for that step. Hurry. Come on. Run. Ah. Yes, it's recording. Yes, it is. Skip, kept cam 1. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Go. foolish man, and I've heard some foolish things from the most wise of them. Yeah, I guess the messenger and the message aren't always the same thing. I guess sometimes your eyes and your memory and the history deceives you from the real thing. Shit, okay. Looked like I was freezing. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. Let's see. Hey, Drew. Father 5 with Indivisible. And Obi-Wan Spoken Truth. You were at a beer fest, it was just okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's October. Oh, it's October. That's right. Were people dressed up for it? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I need to give Pete credit for wise words. I didn't actually click on it, but I use that as a title and lyric inspiration. Why can't I scroll? Oh, that's why. Mr. Robert, Roman numeral 4. And then were y'all doing 4 titles? I see there was a square root of 16, 4-tune tower for Muty. And then here, Papaya, that little thing. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Thank you. And Father Five says, do they have bratwurst at the beer fest? I'm not an alcohol fan, really. Not, I don't mean from a moral or sober or any of that kind of point of view. I just literally don't like. I just don't like how alcohol tastes at all. So I probably won't be going to any. Well, I don't know. I would go and just hang out. I mean, socially it can be fun, but I'm never gonna be. I'm never gonna wake up or at any point in my life and think, what I could use right now is a drink of water. Yes. But I don't know how people that and I also don't like coffee. Okay, did I do these titles? What am I doing? Performing jazz. Pretty much, I don't mind people drinking. I just don't like the taste of it. Yeah, I've honestly probably only drank like, I don't know, probably at most 10 times in my life. So some people would say, you just haven't had the right thing yet. Drew, you're a big beer fan? Yeah, you never know. Someday I might love it. I started eating yogurt recently. I love yogurt. I didn't want to eat yogurt forever. I thought it was awful. And then I started, same thing with kimchi, right? So that's the cool thing about life, is if you're open, you never know. So maybe someday I'll become a connoisseur. And I'll brew beer in the van. Is that possible? Could I have moonshine in the van? Is that doable? I'm not gonna bring ToBe, sorry ToBe. I'm gonna brew beer instead of bring you, ToBe. Father Five says, you have more than enough drive without caffeine. Yeah, I feel like The only time I need motivation is doing stuff I don't want to do. But there's so many things I want to do that, yeah, motivation is. But y'all know there's certain things that it's like almost impossible for me to do, like social media. I have not found that how to motivate myself on social media. So maybe I do need coffee. Maybe that's the trick, Father Five. I just need to start drinking coffee all the time, and I'll be a social media maven. Create a new empty track. Oh, I still haven't got the titles up on the screen. Mo says you can brew in a van. Advantage 5 says social media isn't worth the energy. Well, I gotta figure something out so that I can keep doing this. That's the problem. But I do have a plan. We got a plan. We just got to make it a little longer till I can get that plan in action. Because my YouTube thing is, I mean, is YouTube social media? I don't know. What do y'all think? Would you consider YouTube social media? YouTube is the only social media that I've personally I have spent a lot of time on. Like I've never spent much time on Facebook or back in the day MySpace or Friendster or I've never been a Twitterer. I mean I have an account for this, but YouTube I you learn, it's a place to go to learn stuff. It's great. I mean, there's obviously lots of bad stuff on it too, but wait, I've still not. Oh, what's going on? Let's see. And this is the fan runs on ETC Get Kimchi Ethanol. Pierce says half social media, no private interaction, but chat and commentary social. That's true. Yeah. And there's now YouTube has a community tab. I learned about. I've never personally gone on somebody's community feed on YouTube, but it's there. Oh, and thanks. I missed that? Father Five, thank you for the 38 months up. Thank you. And Mini Gaming 2. Father Five says I may have a Reddit addiction, if that counts. Okay, I've used Reddit. I've definitely used Reddit. I didn't know. I guess that is social media. But I've not I've always been a lurker. I'm not a commenter. I mean, ETC Kid had a Reddit account that I had to get some karma for so that I could stream. Do y'all remember that? That was a year or two ago. I thought maybe there's potential on Reddit. But I had to get this karma, and I just didn't. I just needed it as fast as possible because I just wanted to find out if it was worth my time to do it in the first place. Doing Reddit streaming, and ultimately I decided it was not. But I didn't know that yet, so I didn't want to sort of have this thing hanging over me for weeks or months as I slowly accumulated karma. So I basically worked. I spent something like 6 or 7 hours straight. To get it done, and I was just there's these. I mean, I think Reddit asks for people to do so. I don't feel any shame that I had to do this. Maybe I feel a little shame, but there's basically these subreddits that are to help you get karma, and so you just post in there, and then you just post comments and people who are doing it. So I just posted like 400 or 500 comments. I should have written a bot to do it. Now that I think about it, I didn't even think about it. I said, why didn't I write a bot? I would have learned something. But no, I did it manually. Why did I not think to write a bot? Oh, is it idiotic? I don't know how I didn't think of that. Maybe I just wasn't in a coding mood. I don't know. Oops. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put the song notes. I'll fix them. It was, what was it? It was voice. Voice and Fender Rhodes. And Stylophone. Jazz's kid, despite how much he talks to him, is actually rather introverted. Oh, let me shout out some titles. A Mole Alone Soaring Through Dreams. Jazzy Strong Winds Advisory. Brother Mooch Fire. Pete, Lessons Were Learned. And Pete, I need to give you credit for the wise words. Whoops. Lyric is filled. Muty Mango, the update of Doom. Yeah, we made it through one song. I think we're going to be okay. Watch the next 50 songs that are crash. Brother Moose says, despite how much I talk and stream, I'm also rather introverted. My bet is that introverted people enjoy chat rooms much more than extroverted people. Is that possible? Is that I have no reason to say that. I don't know. It's just my instinct. I would bet that if you surveyed the average Twitch chat, you'd have more introverts than extroverts. Firefly says, I buy your theory, kid. Real life introvert. Here's my theory as to why. I'm no expert. I have no idea. This is just me talking out of my, you know what. Just for myself, one of the things I find stressful about group hangouts, not like this, but like, and actually, if hanging out with a bunch of people somewhere, at a dinner or a party or whatever, is what if my mood changes and I don't want to be there anymore? It can be stressful and awkward sometimes if you're just like, I'm ready for this to be done. And it's just so sometimes you don't want to set yourself up for a mood change. You say, I'm just not going to go because I know that maybe an hour in I'm going to be ready to go, but everyone else is just getting started. Whereas in a chat room, it's no big deal if someone disappears for a few minutes and then comes back, right? No one knows what you're doing. You might not be totally paying attention. You can, it's just, I feel like you're in a lot more control in a chat room. But that's maybe just me as an introvert speaking. I don't know. Does that ring true at all? Or does it sound like nonsense? Nadarika says, as an introvert, I think you're right. Because I think a lot of people who are introverted, it's not that they, again, I'm speaking more of myself, it's not that we don't like spending time with people. I think a lot of times it's more the structure of it can be stressful. But I don't subscribe to the idea that extroverts like people more than introverts. I don't think that's the case, at least for me. I love people. It's just I have a hard time in certain contexts. The period of my life when I was the periods of my life when I've been most social, it's because I lived somewhere where there were a bunch of people. And the nature of that made it not a big deal if someone's like, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed. Because they live there. It's not, so I felt very comfortable hanging out with groups because it was my house. So, but yeah, I definitely was not going to lots of parties in my, in my 20s. It's every once in a while, and I'd have fun, but it was not something I was seeking out. Ban just says, as an expert, I can 1,000% agree with all that. Father Five says, my problem with group situations is that the extroverts have this way of connecting that's totally alien to me. If there were too many, we might as well be speaking different languages. Do you feel more comfortable, Father Five, one-on-one? Or do you not like that either? That's where I feel most comfortable. It's not, I don't have social anxiety. Well, maybe I do now. But I've been pretty, isolated with the pandemic and everything. But Andrew says, I like hanging out with people, but they have people I want to hang out with, and a space is comfortable. Yeah, that's like it for me, I think. I think I'm not good at small talk. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the purpose of it. I guess mainly the small talk between people who don't know each other at all in a group situation. It just feels sometimes like people are talking to fill up silence, which is probably what it sounds like to y'all when you watch this show and I just talk about nothing for an hour. So, okay, let's end this bow. Father Five says, totally more comfortable one-on-one, just not with everyone. There's definitely some people I would not feel comfortable with one-on-one. For sure. Oh, and I see Miss Roberts says, yeah, I'm used to doing something else while I'm watching stream. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's a great way to internet stuff. It's a great way to be able to be engaged completely on your own terms. Not feeling like you're being forced to do something. I think I think if there is a hell and it's catered to torment the person specifically the most, one of the ways they could absolutely torture me is, do y'all, I remember this most significantly when I was a freshman in college, when I first arrived, and, everyone's getting used to things, and people would sort of move in these packs of, 5 or 10 people, and every decision is so, oh, you're going to have to wait a long time, Mara. I take my time. Everybody is so, slow. Every decision has to be worked out and decided upon. That would be my hell. Let's see. And it's 4. Mr. Robert has named it Roman numeral 4. Thank you, Mr. Robert. Okay, first request to type Susie Pink's first BPM and Banjo Fox's first sound. First sound. He says, follow-up question. I also know you can be very professional, so what happens when it's a formal professional networking thing, meaning that's got to be heard for you? I hate it. Yeah, I can't do those things at all. Yeah, I'm I was always very comfortable working with a group. Well, I haven't done that much actually now, but I was a producer. I managed crews of people on video shoots and stuff, and I always felt very comfortable in that context. But networking, that's maybe even worse. That's worse than being in the group of freshmen wandering around aimlessly. Okay, let's see. Let's start demoing these sounds. Father Pie says you love working in a major corporation. Decisions take months. Yeah. It's funny. I see the rate at which, Twitch rolls out new features, or Google or whatever, and I think how can they be so slow? But it's smart. It's not they're being slow. They're being smart. Okay, let's see. Let's start doing this. He says, there's no way of shutting Kid up. We've been trying for years. Yeah. The funny thing is when I don't see y'all, I will go days sometimes and only say 50 words or 0 words. I mean, I will go days without talking. Okay, well, finally, you're gonna hear some sounds in just a moment. Drum kit, it's the it's the etc. kit. Oh yeah, this is annoying. Okay, mucho más. Let's add a snare. It's a weird beat. Let's go for it. Oh yeah, I didn't talk at all that show, Muty. That's right. Yeah, I didn't talk at all. I put a sign up on screen and I didn't talk at all. Okay, there's mucho más. I don't know why I'm on this screen. There we go. And then bean salsa. I think on this kit I'm supposed to move things around, right? I forgot. That's okay. Give me a wacky beat. It's fine. Can we handle that? Let's do it. Let's find out how it works. Okay, sounds. Extra large quantity of bass. And then I'm only a big child with acid bass. Oops, that's not it. No. No. I'm only a big child with chamber female ensemble plus. Banjo fox a long way from nowhere. And then echoes of harmony. And me with 80s sync weed. He says, were you sick not talking? Yeah, I something, my voice really, it might have, I can't remember. Was it a result of me being a little too having too much fun with the yodel? We have a friend of our channel, Fall Rate, and his crew is called the Yeehaw Mafia, and I kept having whenever he came, I would yeehaw, and I kept trying to one up myself, and I think I pushed it too far one time, and my voice, my voice did not feel good. You got a bad delay, Pete? Have you tried refreshing your browser? I think sometimes it helps catch it up. Okay. Let's end this poll. Mujamai Strumlip. Drumlip. Drumlip. Oh yeah, Chamburpit. Yeah, Chamburpit. Oh, is that a hold on. I had this weird feeling like I was about to have a bloody nose, but I think I'm okay. Why is that beeping? Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. It is time to accelerate. Thanks for those cows. Let's see our titles. Oh, thanks, Father Five. For Mother Mood's Poseidon Rising. Meaty Mango's Introvertical. Thanks, Allegra. Thanks, Drew. I hope y'all don't mind. I brought in an extra kick drum. I brought in a different drum kit with a kick drum. So I had both kits going together. Just the kick drum on the other kit. Let's see. Looking at titles. Jazzy, EKG. And he says, why do you not update sooner? My neck hurts. Yeah, it's all Ableton 11. It's not me. One, two, three, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 from Mick Child. It's funny though, when I switched yesterday, I finally got it working last night and I was testing and I was like, it doesn't sound right. It just sounds different. So I went back to tracks we did on Saturday and I just did them in Ableton again and I compared. I was like, it sounds the same. It's not any different. But I thought it sounded worse at first. I think it just shows how your frame of mind affects things. So I was so discouraged and stressed yesterday that I thought that it literally sounded different, you know? Oh, let's see, one more. Obi-Wan with liquid acid. Oh, I put 5 up. 5 titles, okay. Normally I just do 4. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Allegra. Thank you so much. Thanks for the donation. Allegra says, no, excuse me, not Allegra says, need some of that delicious hashtag pie chart. Thank you so much. Thanks, Allegra. Hey, Kaiser Soze. Oh, Entice, the greatest, marvelous, and fabulous, is here at Foxing Feather. I have not forgotten that, you know, we talked about in the past a number of times over the years of doing just straight sort of some dance music shows. And I still hope to do it eventually. I need to spend some time off stream and figuring out the logistics of doing better better drops and breaks and stuff, because they're often I'm not able to hit the what's the term after the drop, when the is that when it comes back in. I've got too many things I'm trying to do all at the same time. I don't have enough hands. So I have to figure out the logistics and maybe code some things to help myself out. 5.5 is using a stock riser. Yeah, a riser, and I want to be able to do a snare, because our drum fills are great most of the time. But for this kind of stuff, it's awesome having steady snare patterns that you can sort of ramp up, or steady hi-hats or something that you can use, like risers or riser sounds. Because the drops would be so much more effective if there was something to whip us back into everything going again. Let's get these titles up. Drew says, what can be better? What does it drop? It'd be different. It's not necessarily better, worse, or it'd be different. I'd be using some more I don't mean conventional in a bad way, but I don't have a lot of experience doing dance music. So I've not mastered sort of some of the conventions of dance music. And one of the conventions is when you pull out some elements, like maybe you take the drums out or you take the bass out. And then at this climactic moment, you bring it all back in. So it's you sort of imagine if you have a nice flowy pad. I don't know if I have one. I don't have one loaded, but this nice ambient thing going. Right, so you got your really intense beat, and then the beat disappears, the bass disappears, and you just got this ambient thing. But everyone knows the beat's coming back, right? And then maybe a snare drum starts going tick 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 tick, and it gets louder and louder, and then everything stops and it's silence for a second, and there's this whoosh, and then you have that kick drum and that bass back. It's it's all about getting the timing just like that, which is very difficult to do with the way my setup is. So I do drop type stuff, but it's much more I don't know. It's more organic. It's a nice way to say it. But I don't have a lot of experience doing dance music stuff. Pierre's is used to. Thanks, Pierre. Why'd that beep? Let's get these on this. Now everything's. There it goes. Get up on the board. He says, MPC software works with sequences that get triggered with pads for drops and such, so but your beefed up Ableton can do so much more. Yeah, I mean, Ableton, a lot of people, maybe the majority of people doing dance music live or that aren't doing turntables or probably using Ableton Live. So it's absolutely powerful. I just have to figure out a way to integrate it. Because most of the people who are doing dance music are not improvising in the way that I am. They might be changing and tweaking stuff, but they know in advance exactly what's going to happen most of the time. So that's the trick is basically what I want to be able to, one of the technical things that I want to be able to do is right now I can only trigger a new section of a song or essentially bring everything back in between at most 8 beats in advance, which is almost no time when you're going really fast. So the problem is that let's say I'm trying to do tweaky knob type stuff with filters during one set, and I want to sort of use those knobs to sweep us into the next part. The problem is I'm trying to, I don't have enough hands the way my setup is. So what I need to be able to do is be able to say, is have key commands with this keyboard where I say, do this thing in 8 bars. And then I just know that in 8 bars, everything's come back. And then I can focus just on the tweaking. That's one of the features I'd want to add. But also just having easy access to simple snare type stuff that I can cut up and splice together would be really helpful. P says at 160 with exactly 3 seconds. Right, so it's just too much right now. So I have to be able to automate some of the stuff because there's just no way physically I can do all the things. Because most of the time with, when you see someone doing live dance music that is using Ableton, it's that they've got all their clips for their drops. Everything's ready to go. So all they really have to do is press a button and it just happens. But because I'm starting from scratch on every track, it's just a lot trickier. Hey, Hug Queen's here. Oh, welcome, Redlocks. I'm sorry I don't do covers or requests, but I do very interactive music where you can help make the music. We're going to start getting ready for a song if you're interested in how that process works, but it's all using things the chat gives me. Spotify's key test for drop. You want to start with the riser, add a 1/8 or 1/4 complete mute, then reverse the riser right when you bring it all back. Pieces I'm from the old days of rave music where there never drops, still great music. Yeah, I guess when I was in, I don't know when drops really started. Was it more with dubstep? I don't know, but I really like trance. In the 90s, I definitely, I didn't listen to it much outside of parties, but I loved it at parties because I love the melody. I like techno, but I loved the synth melodies in trance, not like old school trance, yeah. Those big leads, big synth leads. Oh, thanks, Susie. Just because this is how many LFOs do you have access to at once? I have, this is not exactly what you're saying. I think I've got filters on every instrument, and I've got filters on the master bus. That I can do, but I'm not set up to do filters on different instruments at the same time. I could again, it's just. Okay, let's see some other titles. Let me shout out some other titles. Not awake or highly caffeinated. Drew, keep this flowing. Pierre looks versatile. Father 5, somatic epiphany. Mr. Robert, sewer surfers. See, what I was doing here, I didn't plan on going back. And I had no way. What I wanted to do is I wanted to speed up what you just heard and have everything come right back. But there was no technical way for me to do that at that moment. It would have required just more arms than I had. Because I changed the BPM, and then I did a repeater to make it sound fast again, but I was still at the old BPM. So, this is too much to deal with. Okay. Send this poll. Just because it's overwhelming at times, yeah. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you need to practice a little bit. You know, it's not something. Here's a harsh reality: is that, and this is definitely true on instruments. You know, I think I wish that you could build up skills from performing and playing, and some people do. I've known some musicians who are just naturals, absolute naturals, and they barely needed to practice because they would get better just from performing. But most of us, it doesn't work that way. You know, the only way to really build your skills is the time off stage. So, yeah, I just need to be able to give a nice, put in a nice 100 hours or something. Hello, mateys, says, imagine if they practice, though. Oh, I need a few more. Can I get a few more drum loops? I mean, drum fills. I need a few more drum fills. I'll see Miss Robert. He says, what about bouncy stuff? So I can sort of do that. I've done that I don't know if I've ever done it on fast tunes. But it's stuff that I'd have to practice it to make it to be good at it. I mean, that the sad thing is that I've been doing this for 5 years, but my looping setup, my Ableton Live setup, has barely changed in 5 years because I just haven't had the time to work on that side of it. But I'm always hoping that someday I'll be able to focus on that again. Okay. I can't believe we made it through 2 tracks without crashing on the new Ableton. Send this ball. And it's Obi. Obi's named it Liquid Acid. Liquid Acid. I'm just thinking, when I'm finally in the van, I mean, I'm going to be, I'm not going to be able to stand in the van when I'm doing shows. I'm going to be seated on the floor. But the van might be shaking. It's going to be suspicious looking from the outside if it's a fast track and I'm bouncing around. Yeah, hello, that's my plan. Beginning early, I'm going to get the vehicle in January or February and then hit the road in the spring. I'm going to keep doing the show from the van. How will I fit everything? Oh, I'm not going to have almost any of this stuff. Yeah. I'm going to have much stripped down. The only instruments I'm going to bring are a keyboard, which actually is very compact, and the sax, the flute, the trumpet, and the melodica. I'm not going to bring the trombone or the baritone. I'm not going to bring the Rhodes. Okay, first request to type. Susie Pink's first drum kit. I'm not going to bring almost any. I'm not going to bring the meme instruments. Oh, and Drew says, why van? Just go for a large bus. There's a lot of reasons for a smaller vehicle. For me, it just is a lot more flexible to be able to travel. If you have a huge vehicle, it's harder to just go wherever you want to go, and you have to plan a lot more, I think, in terms of it's harder to be sort of stealthy and but also I don't like driving at all. So I want at least to start, I want something that won't be really stressful for me to drive. And I want to see what I can do in a really small space, how I can make it work. It's a fun challenge. Drew's fifth request, Susie Pink's fifth request, Samoa Lone's $450 a song. And did I say, yeah, Susie Pink's first drum kit. Oh, it says, am I traveling cross country? I don't really have fixed plans as to when or where exactly. I think I'll probably start out and spend a bunch of time in the Southwest where I am now, because I haven't really been around much, And then towards the fall, I want to go to the East Coast because I love New England in the fall. And then circle back, maybe do a northern route going there and maybe a southern route on the way back as it's getting colder. And then probably go to California for the winter. But it might totally change because I'm not going to go in with a clear agenda. I'm just going to let things happen, And you never know. Like I was saying at the start of the show, this van lifer that I really enjoy, who his van build's amazing. His transmission went out early on in his van thing, and then he got it replaced. And 60 days later or something, he's having to replace it again. And it sounds like his trip got derailed for a week. It takes like 2 weeks to a month where you can't drive while they're dealing with it. So I have to prepare myself for that possibility that I'm going to get stranded. And what I'm going to do, how am I going to work around that? So it's going to be an adventure. I mean, everything's easy if you have lots of money, right? But I'm not going to, so, I can't sort of get a $50,000 Sprinter van or something, and I'm gonna have to get an old vehicle. Okay. How does this make sure you know evade the police? Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons I want a smaller vehicle that most people would think you'd be insane living in, So I want to be able to pull over wherever I want. The advice, I mean, most van lifers don't have much trouble with finding places to sleep. The key, if anyone's ever in this situation, is don't hang out where you sleep. Like that, don't advertise that you're there. Do whatever you need to do, and then drive to wherever you're going to sleep, and then stay in the van. Don't get out. And stay there till you wake up, and then leave right away. So that the only way someone's going to know you're in there is if they literally see you pull up and stop. And most people are not sitting around just. So yeah, most situations I've seen where people experience, they never get in trouble. They never get knocks, you know. So I think that's the key. Don't hang out where you sleep, unless it's okay, you know. Oh, so some places in Cali are big jerks, yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Banjo Fox. Thank you so much. Oh, big donation. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Honor for Banjo Fox. Oh, you were going for under the radar? Oh, I'm sorry. You can put just anonymous. You can put a fake name. You don't have to put your username if you don't want to. But thank you. Vanity Fox is the fox is already in the bag. Thank you. Classic dub kit. Hello, mateys. Thank you so much, Hello, mateys. Hello, mateys with a huge donation. Am I still? There we go. Wow, thank you so much, Hello, mateys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, and Banjo and Hello Mateys, so you have unlock credit. You don't need to use it, but if you do want to use it, you need to use it before the end of the show. But there are some things you can get with it that you can use whenever, like with a commission is something where, Hello Mateys, you get a commission, which is where you make all the requests on a song. But again, you don't have to use it. It's just sort of an extra little thing if you want. Okay, let's see. Beats. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's fine, ladies. Don't worry. Yeah, no worries. You want 12/8? Okay, yeah, we haven't done 12/8 in a while. Sure. I think was it Hello Mateys you'd also asked about the showering or so. Was that you? I'm just not going to shower for a year. No, I think a lot of people get gym memberships, you know, from big national chain gyms, or there's truck stops, or you can go to campgrounds sometimes, but my feeling going in is I'm not going to have a shower in the van. I'm not going to have that. I probably won't even have a sink, but, you know, you do sponge baths if you have to. I know a lot of people use wet wipes. I'm fine. I'm not too worried about that aspect of it. People, the thing I've talked about a lot that is a practical concern is being cold when I sleep. So I'm probably going to install a diesel heater, and I think I'll have propane just as a backup in emergency if the diesel heater doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Why did I miss doing the drum kit? I don't even remember doing that. Okay, let's do our drums. Just because how you plug in. You mean internet or power? I'll have a solar power rig. So, and I'm gonna have a ton of battery power, So that if my solar doesn't charge it, then I'll fill it other ways, But and then in terms of internet, this past summer, when I started thinking about this, I did a bunch of hiking streams. I bought some gear just to test out how internet would work, and it's incredibly expensive. It's going to be my biggest monthly expense. The gear is not that, but the gear is probably going to be about $1,500. And then the internet's, I'm going to be spending about $400 or $500 a month on internet. Because what you do is you get multiple internet connections. I'll get at least 4. And what it does, because internet in the middle of nowhere is not good, and in many places, cell phone, because you're having to use cell phone towers because you can't. SpaceX is not an option. So what you do is you send your signal. They take this special hardware you get, takes your signal and it splits it over the 4 different cell connections, and then it goes to a server where it combines them into one connection again. So even if each individual connection only is maybe 300K up or something, combined, you can get good enough signal for decent streaming. So Chat was with me on some of these hikes, and I was in I was essentially in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I knew I was near cell phone towers, but I was in the desert. I was hiking on sort of a mountain, or I was hiking by a river, and you'd never know, well, again, I was in some of the cases, I really was not near any city, but I was near highways where there are cell phone towers. And the streams were pretty reliable. Yeah, Starlink is not an option yet because you can't move with a Starlink satellite right now. You have to have a fixed location, and this is a fast developing thing. So maybe even as of today, it's changed, and maybe by the time I hit the road, but at least as of a couple months ago, you can't throw it on your van and then drive around. Okay, Pierre. Whoops. That feels like 3/4 right now, but we're going to make it feel like 12/8. Isn't it? I always love how that works. I added just a couple notes, but the main thing I did is change the volume of notes to make it feel very different. Okay, there's Pierre, and then we've got Allegra. Let's just go 4s, might as well. Okay, we got our beats. Well, thanks again, Hello Mateys and Banjo. Thank you. I think Starlink has talked about that being something that hopefully, well, Elon Musk, talks a lot. So I think, weren't we supposed to have self-driving cars by now, Elon? Weren't you saying that like 10 years ago? But so you never know. I mean, what's awesome is that what I'm planning on doing would not have been possible 2 years ago, even, I don't think. Well, maybe not 5 years ago. Well, no, I don't think it'd be possible 2 years ago to be able to have the power and the internet to be able to just drive around the country and be a streamer. It's only recently that's possible. So it's going to only get easier. So it might be pretty soon you won't need to spend $400 a month, right? It'll be $50 because you'll have a little satellite on your vehicle, and solar will be more efficient. Someday, this is awesome, I was reading about this. Will be so cool. They're working on making glass into solar panels so you could have windows, right? So you see those big skyscrapers? The whole building could be a solar thing. And then if you have a vehicle, right, your front window, your side windows, everything. Now they don't get a lot of sunlight, but to even get a little extra would be. And then solar batteries are getting more efficient. They're getting smaller and smaller, more power. It's awesome. Okay, sounds. Man, this is full self-driving is still a few years away. I feel like I'm gonna be 80 years old, and they're like, next year, self-driving cars are gonna be real. Okay, song of the light. Here it is. Oh, and ToBe, you messed up the sounds. Elevated says he is a big talker, and then P says, since he talks a lot, is he related? Do I overpromise though? I do talk a lot, but do I overpromise, Pete? I don't think I overpromise. Do I? Maybe I do. Do I not live up to what I say? Well, you're gonna find out with Project X, right? Well, I've been wishy-washy about Project X, though, even. Okay. ToBe, are you gonna fix this for us? Everyone's waiting. This is awkward. You load in the wrong sounds. Oh. Oh, I know. I've got a special command for these situations. Channel strips loading stop. Misu, we do a Halloween show. Nice way for mid-hype. Oh yeah. When is that? Remind me next week, because Halloween's 2 weeks away, right? It's hard for me to think too far in advance, but Hellmaze, I think Start.Length could be mobile by 2022. It'll make a lot of money in the shipping industry. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I would love not to have to spend $5,000 on the internet next year. That would be really cool. It would be really cool. Okay, we're just waiting for these sounds to load. Five Size, what's ToBe gonna dress as? Oh yeah, you got to keep reminding me, and I'll try to make sure ToBe gets dressed up. Oh, we gotta. You know what we could do while we're waiting? Let's get ToBe on screen and do our pose and pies. That's what we should do. I think ToBe's working.
Bazinga, it's time for the gorgeous pose and pies by ToBe. Here's a question. If you were being attacked by corroded sharks, which of the following would be best to have to protect yourself, and your options? 1. Television. 2. Kazoo. 3. 5 1/4-inch floppy diskette. 4. Blues. 5. Spicy noodle casserole. 6. Weighted blanket.
If you're being attacked by corroded sharks, what are these metallic? Are these ToBe? Are these metallic sharks or something?
Okie dokie.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Which of the following would be best to protect yourself? A television, a kazoo, a 5 1/4-inch floppy diskette, blues, spicy noodle casserole, or weighted blanket? Only one of those things are food. I do not think I could beat a shark in a fight, even with any of those other things. I think I would hope that I have enough spicy noodle casserole to distract the shark with that delicious casserole while I swim to safety. I'm going 5. I'm going 5. Okay, let's end this. And his weighted blanket. Y'all gonna smother the or I guess the weighted blanket, maybe it'd be hard for the shark to eat through it, or do you put the weighted blanket on top of it? I don't know. Meaty says you save stuff with a sloppy, so I assume it could save me. Who in chat has used a 5 1/4-inch floppy diskette? Not ironically, but because that was what you had to use. Me. Okay. Yeah. Yep. That's why I have white in my beard now. Okay, ToBe, you got one more? If anyone's first show, this is ToBe is ToBe comes up with these, but it incorporates lots of stuff to chat. It's a dynamic, complicated process. Here we go.
I dreamt that I dwelt in marble halls, with vassals and serfs at my side, and of all who assembled within those walls, that I was the pies and pies. Here's a question. When you were 20 years old, what did you want to be when you grow up, and your options? 1. Leader of Moom. 2. Trent Reznor. 3. A technical illustrator. 4. A member of Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. 5. A demolitionist of Sahawans. 6. Danny DeVito.
When you were 20 years old, what did you want to be when you grew up? The leader of Moom. I don't know what the Moom is. Trent Reznor, a technical illustrator, a member of Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66. That would be fun. A demolitionist of the Sahawans. Is that a real word, or did we make up that word? Does anyone know if that's a real word? Or Danny DeVito. I think on this one I gotta go with DeVito. ToBe, I think, always puts DeVito on these. Or usually. Leader of... I'm curious about Moom, though. Father Five says, I still aspire to be Danny DeVito. Helmatus says, Moom is a Belgian designer company. Oh, it is? Leader of Moom. Muse says 3 would actually be true for me. I did want to do stuff with architecture then. Anything in your mind today, ToBe?
Right.
You're not making any sense today, I guess. Did this upgrade affect you at all badly? Seems like you're not quite your normal self.
If I had arms and those arms had gloves, zipper-dee-doodah, it would be on.
I mean, I did recently give you arms up to here. You got arms all the way to there. So don't give me a hard time. Okay, let's end this. Did I do... I can't remember if I voted for DeVito. I'll do it again just in case. Okay, what has chat chosen? It is Danny DeVito. I need to have it set up for ToBe to announce. I should have ToBe say it, right? We should have ToBe do the... Okay. Do I have time to add that feature, Tubi?
No.
Okay. Okay, we do finally have our sounds, though. I think. This is a famous sound on our channel, Song of the White Bear. But this is how Tubi thinks Tubi is. Tubi thinks Tubi is basically like the Terminator. But really, Tubi, this is what you're like. Okay. What do you... Okay, anyway, I can't spend too much time on Tubi right now. And then we have, well, use your imagination from Jazzy. And then Glacier Pad from Brother Mooch. Nope. Glacier Pad. And then we've got a Lakers Afterglow. And then Jazzy with Whiskey Jam. Whoops. Oh, thanks, Susie Pink. Take care. And then Mr. Robert with As the Ghosts and Goblins Wail. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. And okay, light show. Oh, and Zwidar, did I thank you for the 51 months? Thank you, Zwidar. Wait, is it Setatrol in chat? Tubi says that Setatrol's birthday was on Monday. Happy birthday to the troll. Oh, there's the grump. There's the grump. Wow, it's been a long time since we did a song. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Botsky. Thank you so much, Botsky, with the donation. It says Dono Dime. Thank you so much, Botsky. Thank you. Thank you. Honor for the Botsky. Okay, here we go. It is time. time to etceterate. So I said, I walked that plank, and so I did, and when I fell to the sun, past Icarus, going the other way. Sky pirates are stealing the rain, leaving us dry, leaving us in the same thirst. Thanks for those cows. I forgot how to come back on screen. Let's see. Oh, a shout out for Mucho Mas. I took Mucho Mas's title, Sky Pirates, as lyric inspiration on that one. Let's see, titles. Tunny Brisky Botsky, More Gems Than Mars. Hey, Staffy's here. Memo to the Youth. I did another title? I don't remember that I did, but it might have been unconscious. Let me, if you know what it is, let me know. And then we had, I definitely unconsciously incorporate things sometimes without remembering to click on it. Sky Eyelids. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, what happens is that I don't look at chat when I'm doing this during the songs. What I have when I'm ready to sing. Skype Eyelids. Yeah, I don't think I sang that. That's cool though. I don't think I sang it. So when I'm ready to sing lyrics, ToBe just shows me just titles. None of the other messages is in chat, just titles, so I can really quickly see lots of stuff. And then we got two more. Hug Queen Blue Blue Blue. One more. Beauty Higher. He says because I was reading at the same time, which was funny. I don't. It's Editor. Are you in chat? Yeah, the way Hello Mateys, the way that works. Although that makes sense what you did. The way it works is if you had said give $20 to chat, then it would have given $20 to as many people as it could. But because you said the full amount, it gave it to just one person. So it's Editroll. If it's Editroll, you can use it or give it away if you want. It's Editroll. It's Editroll's rich. You know what you could do at Setatrol is you could unlock. Is the grump available for unlock? I could. It's not, but I think I could get that. You could unlock the grump for a song cycle. Well, before the next song. Let me see. I have to turn it on though. I think. I don't think it's currently available. Not that you necessarily have to do that. I'm just saying. I think it's just called grump. How do I do this? I believe if you want, the grump is available now to request. It wasn't, but just in case. It's just for one cycle though, meaning, and not during the song, but you know how long I talk, so it might as well be for the rest of the show. Oh, I still haven't put the, man, I'm so slow. There it is. The grump has been unlocked. Okay. Okay. There's a big space here. We've never had the grump during the music show before. It was just during our game show. I guess it has to be here, but I didn't think this through. I didn't really think this through, did I? Oh, I know what I could do. I could use the trombone. I think this is how the trombone gets broken. The grump. No, that's as high as it goes. Okay, well will that work? The grump's sort of low, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Okay, I did not think this through, did I? Okay, well, I'll just have to put it up here. I was hoping to fill up that dead space. You know, if there's nothing over there. Oh, but then we put our, that's right, we put our, there we go. There we go. Okay. Uses on the road so we can serenade later and request it. I could sing Sweet Nothings to the grump. Okay. So if anyone's wondering, the grump, so I'm a big fan of the public domain. And I found this book from I think it's from like 1910 or 1900 or something. And it was a book about cars. It was a children's book, or no, I mean, cars were really new. And they talk about bad drivers and stuff. And there's these a lot of fun illustrations in this book. Anyway, I think the grump is a judge, if I remember, that someone has to go to because they got in an accident or something. I think. I can't remember. But yeah, because it's in the public domain, I can do anything I want with the grump. And y'all can do anything you want. It's in the public domain. You can do whatever you want. Oh, it's Setatrol. It's Setatrol with a donation. It says for a new grump stand. Thank you, it's Setatrol. New grump stand. It's nice that the grump is flat, so it's possible I'll be able to fit the grump in the van. Is it wider than 2 feet? Because I'll have a perfect place if it's less than 2 feet. I don't know. What do y'all think? From here to here, is it 2 feet or more? Oh, it's 23 inches. 23 inches, so I might have a perfect place for it. I mean, this could be a decal. Yeah, I'm trying to go under the radar a little bit, I think. Although would the grump count on the What's the HOV, Wayne? What's it called? The, what does that stand for? You know, the carpool, Wayne? If I'm having a bad day, I'll have the grump next to me. If it's a good day, I'll have Tubi. Well, Tubi's a bad day, too. High occupancy vehicle. Okay, I never knew that. Banjo, thank you. I always wondered, what does HOV stand for? Is it some totally random thing? No, it makes sense. Oh, good night, Pete. Have a good one. And did I say hi to Buddy Skyberg's here using McName? Manzanitos is here. We had voice and a little Fender Rhodes, right? Let's shout out some other titles. Hello Mateys with ETC Town, 7 a.m. Buddy Skyborg. Get an interesting sounding rhythm. Replace wooden wheels. Did you join the page to get me out? What if my inner feelings are revealed? Pete Mouse going exponentially. JazzyEagle's travels. I would actually, that'd be a fun variation. Gullibles travels. Sort of a 90s style comedy, you know? One of those SNL style comedies. Gullibles travels. Tony Brisky Botsky, nitrogen neurosis.
Big deal. Someone just unlocked the grump. Bring them out, kid. Harumph.
Tubi, you're late. You were supposed to do that a while ago. I forgot about that.
My friend Huggy will hear about this.
I forgot. Oh. That was okay, let's see. If you're wondering, Tubi is not, that's not just a fake. Tubi is literally right over there in front of a green screen. See, I don't want Tubi to interrupt me if I'm in the middle of a sincere talk about something. So I don't have it set up that Tubi can just randomly talk whatever. So instead I have it so that anytime I do things in my workflow, that's when Tubi can, or it's not even any time, it's just at certain parts. I totally forgot there was one of those things coming up. Okay, let's see. Why is that? Oh, is this broken? Okay, we found something that's broken. Okay, found something new that's broken. Oh, man. I just had to upgrade. I upgraded Tubi's main, part of Tubi's brain got upgraded. And it's a new operating system. New to me, not new to the world. And there's a feature that is broken that's making things difficult for me. That's a bummer. I wonder why that's... Oh. Oh, I know why. Oh, okay. I need to make a note so I remember. Change. Web. How am I going to remember how this is? Oh, F. Okay. Hey, Space and Ace. Good to see you. Space says, I love checking back in, stream every now and then, seeing changes. I started watching 4 years ago around there. Thank you, Space. You know what's going to be a big deal be a huge change in about 6 months from now is I'm moving into a van. I'm going to be taking this show inside of a van and traveling around the country. I'll be doing some outdoor shows, and so big changes ahead. Space's code is still being worked on. Yeah, I actually I've not done very much in the way of coding for the show that's new in the last year that y'all see. But because I've been working on a super secret project, so there's been very little new stuff on the show for the last year. But we're gonna have a huge show in December. It's going to be celebrating 5 years on Twitch. Technically, I'm already hit my anniversary in September, but I wasn't ready to do the big show. Big 5-year anniversary show, sort of reunion for all the different generations of our community to come back, I'm hoping. I'm going to launch this new project, Project X, phase 1 of Project X. It's in this poll. And going to be launching a Kickstarter to hopefully raise some funds for this van, and I'm gonna be debuting my new YouTube show. The first episode, and it's Botsky's named it More Gems Than Mars. More Gems Than Mars. Thank you, Botsky. And there'll be other things too. Lots of announcements. So I have not set a date, but it's 99% going to be the first or second Saturday of December. So yeah, but good to see you, Space and Ice. I hope you've been good. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, and I owe a 4 on the 4 that got unlocked. How did I miss that? Will there be wigs on the big show? I feel like there should be. There will be wigs in the YouTube episode. Definitely. I don't know if there'll be a wig on the show. Well, maybe ToBe will wear a wig. I don't know. I won't personally wear a wig on the show, but yeah, this YouTube thing is it's gonna be a weird combination of a travel vlog, van life travel vlog kind of thing, which there are many of, and a variety show. Somehow I'm gonna try to make those two things work together. So I won't be in the van yet, but I will. The episode's gonna be sort of a proof of concept, hopefully. So there'll be some real world stuff about, me hiking or out in the outdoors, but there's gonna be music segments, creative, storytelling type things. We'll have some badly translated game show, which is a thing I've done here on Twitch before. So let's see. I guess we're doing one more. Oh, we just barely made it in the wire to do one more. You've got a wacky waving inflatable tube guy banjo. I love those. I mean, they're sort of creepy, but I love them. We were talking about it, coincidentally, we were talking about that on stream, I think, sometime in the last 6 months, I believe. I might, because those are inflatable, so it would be very compactable. I think I might want to get one of those things. I can already imagine fun ways to use it. Okay. Mises, make sure tiny kicks are. I know. I've been debating it, Beauty. I've been thinking about it. I know it's the right thing to do. Part of me doesn't want my first episode to be defined by an appeal for funds, but I will think about it. It maybe not in the first episode, but then maybe the second episode. But you're right. I need to think. I know I need to think that way. Oh, it's a tiny desktop one. Oh, that's really cool. I want to get one that's human size. I've seen ones at car dealerships that are giant. You know, they're 10 feet tall. I don't want one that big. I want one that's human size. So I can stand next to it and have awkward interactions. Okay. Our drum kit is Spaces get a mini schoolie. Yeah, Space. Everyone's been recommending I get a big vehicle, but I'm almost certainly going to start with a very small vehicle and really strip everything down. But you never know. If I absolutely love the lifestyle, and I feel some growing pains, because I'm not gonna be able to bring this, among other things. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up in a schoolie. This is his first video you won't do. It's like a Band-Aid. Well, I mean, I avoided, I didn't put up a donation thing for the first 3 months of the show, so I think it was first 2 or 3 months, so. But I hear you, Muty, I hear you. Quirky Deluxe Jam. Okay, let's make our beats. First up. I can't tell you how much relief I have that things are working in the new Ableton. I've been dreading this day for so long, having to upgrade to that. It just worried it was going to break all my code. And we've done not a lot of songs today, but we have done 3 without it crashing. Or have we done 4? I think just 3. Probably just 3. Okay, here's Jazzy. Oh, and we're going to do 4 on the floor, actually. So let's move that. Let's just, because I owe y'all 4 on the floor. Okay. Here's Jazzy. Okay, let's get these kick drums, our 4s. what I'm doing is there's all those snare drums, and too many snare drums in a row, sometimes that's cool, but it can sound very machine gunny. And while it might sound nice once or twice, sometimes if you have to hear that for, a minute straight, 2 minutes straight, it can get a little tiring. So what I'm doing with the snare drums is just giving them a little bit of shape so they're different volumes. There it is, first beat. And then hypnotic of the beat. Why did these start selected like that? Oh, and this is totally not synced up right. Visually, it's not right. There we go. What's my sun sign? Is that the main sign? I forget. That's your main sign, right? I'm a Scorpio. Okay, let's see. 4 on the 4. Oops. Do I seem like a Scorpio? You're a Scorpio space? Okay, got our beats. Check out these sounds. First up, warm electric fingered bass. Oh, look at this. And then we got Staff with Dragonfire. Long Live Dragons from Staffy. GD Bill with Razov. I was thinking about it today or yesterday as I was dealing with this upgrade and everything, and I don't like the word upgrade because it usually doesn't feel like it's an upgrade. And I think the time it's going to take me in terms of the software that runs this show, transitioning it to the van so that the show works from a software point of view. The ToBe point of view essentially is going to take almost as much time as the van build. It might take more time. Oh, that's cool. Father of Funk. Hey, M Boogers. And then Hug Queen with Cool Blue Doggy Dog. I have this program, because ToBe, I think I'm going to essentially operate, I'm going to have a server at a fixed location. And I don't know that the main program that I use to run the show, I don't know if it's going to be realistic to run it over the, this. I don't know if it'll be fast enough. Trying to access this database remotely. I don't know if it'll be reliable enough. So if that's the case, I'm going to have to essentially screen share. I don't know. It'll be a project. Oh, thanks for the cheer. Thank you, Boogers. Thank you. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. That is Raspberry Pi with a. No, I don't. It's not the hardware issue. It's the software changing how the show works. I mean, because during the music mode, y'all can see there's 4 screens. There's actually 5 computers that are running the show right now, and I'm going to be converting down to 2 computers. So just in terms of screen real estate and running, that's a big change, going from 4 screens to 2 screens. And also, I'm going to be using a hardware encoder instead of a software encoder. And so that's going to be, I'm hoping that's not complicated. Has anyone ever done that before? Theoretically, you can go out, you can send OBS out of your HDMI port. But if what I read is that getting your mix is a little complicated, potentially the audio. Which encoder? Live View Solo. Live View Solo. So that's the thing that takes the 4 internet connections and combines them into one. Oh, it's live U, the letter U, live, and then the letter U. It's one word, live, LIVEU. They're one of the biggest companies doing. They do a lot of really high-end stuff for news broadcasts and stuff. So Live View Solo is their cheapest thing. Their cheapest product, and it's $1,000. It's what pretty much all the IRL streamers that are professional, that are doing it full time, use that. It's really the only option. There's sort of some cheaper options, but it's really you're using it because you don't want to get the live view. But I don't know that there probably is, but as far as I know, none of the people who are full-time IRL streamers are using anything but live view. There's other options if you have more money, like Teradek, and I forget the other option, but it goes up in price very quickly, and pretty soon you're talking $5,000, $10,000, which isn't realistic for a Twitch streamer, but is realistic if you're a news broadcaster or something. But for a lot of people who are just starting out on IRL, you can just use your phone, and if you're in the city, that works okay. But if I'm in White Sands, New Mexico, or something, might be tough. Oh, thanks for another cheer on Boogers. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Steph, what's the thing for Pros and Pies? Pies intro? I don't know. Oh, I think it converts it. I think I have a different thing internally. Let me see. Convert chat. Is that okay? Pi intro. Pi intro. Yeah. Singular. Pi intro. Although that doesn't make sense. I gotta fix that. Yeah, I gotta fix something. Okay. Let's end this poll. Oh, and Botsky is a new sound. Let me do that first. It is DJI. You didn't submit a name for that yet, did you? Or maybe did I? Did I approve that already? Let's end this boat. Father of Funk. Automod blocked it. I need to set up something that notifies me so I know, because I don't see. I have a custom chat. I don't see a lot of stuff that y'all see. And Botsky's named it Digital Junkies Incorporated. Hey, Q Square. 39 months, 3¼ years. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Here we go, time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. The light show crashed. A little bit into that. Let's see our titles. Foxy Feathers Squarefish. Pierre TV, I ate a train. Banjo Fox, Little Potato Man. And Grunobuloni. How's it going, Grunobuloni, with Hype Bumpin'? How are you doing? Oh, did we get a raid during there too, didn't we? Did we get a raid? I don't see. Did I see a raid? Oh, and I used some titles as lyrics. Hug Queen with Closed Door and Lock It. And Tundy Brisky Botsky, The Man with the Blank Stare. Yeah, Bernardo B Guitar. Awesome. Thanks for the raid. Oh, we unlocked an encore. Doing one more. Do one more. Let's do a reverse raid. That's everyone. If you haven't already followed Bernardo B. Thanks, Grunobuloni. Yeah. I'm gonna... Y'all can't keep me away. At least for a little longer. You remember your Say My Name? That's the worry, is when someone hasn't been around a while, they forgot they have a special Say My Name they asked me to use. And yours was Grunobuloni. Grunobuloni. I think I'm saying it right. Oh, thank you, Q Squared. Thanks for the donation. Oh, I haven't triggered the poll yet. Sorry. When I stop playing videos, it means I still have stuff to do when I come back on camera. So that's why sometimes if I'm slow, the poll won't be up yet, and I'm still working through steps. Why are you beeping at me? Was I too impatient? There we go. Oh, thanks for saying that, Banjo Fox. It's been great having you today. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Oops. Let me shout out some other titles. Bati Builder to be stronger with Half the World trailer. Okay, yeah, something's messed up. Okay, let's try to start this over then. I don't know, can I just quit? So I was saying earlier, I never liked yogurt, but I learned that I liked yogurt recently. Are there consequences to? I have not been eating very much of it, but are there consequences? At what point is it too much? Is there a? How much can you eat a day? I'm assuming it would not be healthy to eat a gallon of yogurt. Yogurt is great for probiotics. Yeah, that's why I started eating it, and then I realized I liked it. I haven't learned to like totally plain yogurt though. I need the fruit and the sugar, but I hope someday to be able to just eat it straight. You know, it's not there yet. So yeah, we're gonna do one more. Banjo Foxy's, yeah, toads for the fruit or mix-ins. Yeah. Yeah, if I remember, and I might be misremembering, probiotics are the good bacteria, and prebiotics are what you want to feed them. You want to give them good stuff to eat. And I forget, so some are both. He says, let your bowel movements guide you. Mrs. Muty can eat gallons after 2 bowls. Muty is like a hot air balloon. That's quite an image. Oh, Hilma Quint is a really cool artist. Wait, I'm thinking of the right person, right? Check out Hilma Quint. Hilma Quint was the Swedish artist who was just so ahead of her time, doing sort of abstract work, really amazing stuff. I've used a few of her things for album covers. Oh, what am I doing? Whoops. Okay, here we go. The bass line, it's so fun watching bass players playing 16th notes. Like guys like Jaco Pastorius, or the bass player from Tower Power did a lot of stuff like this. You know, it's just watching their fingers going, you know, the really fast. It's fun to watch. Who's the bass player for Tower Power? Rocco Presti, is that who I'm thinking of? Yeah, Rocco, yeah. Rocco. James Jamerson. I've never seen James Jamerson play, but James Jamerson was a bass player from the Motown Records, who incredibly influential bass player. Really started making bass into a sort of a lead instrument. You know, because you think about bass prior to that, and bass tended just to be in a supportive role all the time. And then here's James Jamerson playing behind all the Motown greats, and there'd be these 16-note runs out of nowhere. Okay, let's close this poll. Hype Bumpin. Grunobulax with Hype Bumpin. Awesome. Thank you for that title. Okay, we got our encore song, Banjo Fox's 5th song, Space and Ace's 5th song, and Brother Mooch's 300th drum fill. Grunobulax, this only took 4 years. Congrats. You know, did I say hi? I think I responded to something you wrote, but I don't know if I actually said hi to Angry Chicken. One of the things that doesn't work since I upgraded is I move Ableton Live between monitors. ToBe moves Ableton Live from one monitor depending on what I need it, where I need it. Because I need it in the lower monitor when I'm playing music, but the rest of the time I need it in the upper monitor. Anyway, I use AppleScript to move it. ToBe triggers AppleScript. And for some reason, ToBe, it's getting an error message when ToBe tries to do it. But if I run the same code from AppleScript, it works. So I'm just grumbling that I keep having to manually move Ableton around. Okay. Drum kit down tempo. Okay, first beat. Let's see. Oh, I angled right into the microphone to sneeze. Yeah, that's smart. You have a 5-year-old track that has yet to be named. Well, we didn't start doing when I first started the show. There were no viewers, and so we didn't start doing names until about 3 months in. Well, the way it worked is there were no names at first, and then there was about maybe a month where I would come up with 3 or 4 titles, and chat would vote on them. And then once we had enough viewership where I could be confident we'd get enough titles, then we started doing, yeah. First up, we got Mole. Oh, this is an. Can I programmatically? I wonder if I can use Max for Live to close these and open these. Because that's annoying. If I'm gonna have to do that for the next 10,000 drum loops. Rocco. Yeah, I think a good example of Rocco Prestia's bass playing is their most famous song, "What Is Hip" by Tower Power. He's got this, if I remember, he's got just a steady stream of 16th notes on that bass. And they're just so staccato. Well, not he mixes it up. That's what makes it so cool. Okay, take care, Hugween. And good night, Pierre. I realized, this is another thing I need to do. I need to make my mouse bigger because I'm having a hard time. I had my mouse much bigger on before, and I can barely see it. And I lose it sometimes because I have this software that allows me to use my mouse across 3 different computers. 1 mouse, 3 computers. So sometimes I can't. I don't know where it is. Okay, let's see. Is this beat ready? Okay, there's Mo. And then Q square. Is that a kick? Is that a snare? Let's pull both these back. How about doing 4? Hey, cool reason. We got our beats. Check out these sounds. Oh, good night, Amp Mods. Take care. Sounds, we got Staffy, the Pink Dragon. Brother Mooch. Ziggy Stardust. Buddy Skyberg, Hakuna Matata. I wonder if it's okay to eat yogurt before bed. I've generally moved away from eating before bed, which means I don't eat after shows. I wonder if... What's with the retro drum beat look, Q-Square? I had to, it was against, I didn't want to, but I had to upgrade from Ableton 9 to Ableton 11 because I had to upgrade my operating system from, I went from 10.11, which is, you know, like from 10 years ago. Now, when was 10.11? It wasn't 10 years ago, but, and I went to 10.15. And then we have all that mayo from Muti. And then Hug Queen with Drippings Pan Johnson. And then GBO Allen SQ. Actually, it might be 10 years ago. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Let me check. Mac OS releases history. Version history. El Capitan. No, it was six years ago. 2015. And so now I'm living in what year? Or no, I went to Mojave. I'm on 1014. I only went up to, tried to go as little as I could. I live in 2018 now. I have two of the Macs are Mojave and two are still on 1011. I'm hoping I can get away with it on those two until I can decommission them, which hopefully will be hopefully be around February or around March, and we'll switch to a 2-computer setup. Send this Poe. Let's break this tie. Alan SQ. Alan SQ. Okay. He's gonna miss the Rhodes, yeah. We're all gonna miss the Rhodes. One eye. Here we go. Time to accelerate. separates future from past. Yeah, I found the end. Always where you look last. Yeah, I found the end. Separates the future from past. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. What y'all give me? We got... Let's see, titles. That one change right there, just a little part of it, reminds me of I think it's the theme for Midnight Cowboy. I might be misremembering which. It's just one little chord change with the melody feels reminiscent of that, which is an amazing theme song because it's a harmonica. It's such a beautiful song. Okay, titles. What am I doing? Staffy and the Cymbal. You're back, Hug Queen. Oh, this is an old song because I'm not singing words, right? I'm singing in my own language. I rarely do that anymore. Muty Mango showing character. Someday I'll merge the two. I'll be able to improvise lyrics as freely as when I'm... Oh, wait, how did it say that? Cool reason with Mysterious Well of Memories. Oh, Evans the Bard, welcome. Do I improvise all the streams? Yeah. I mean, I've done various things, but this show I've done over 1,000 times. We've created over 5,000 songs. But I've been here a long time. I've been here on Twitch for 5 years. Let's see. And then one more. Hunter Souls, Angel Hope. You're an improviser too? Awesome. Okay, let's get those titles up. You do cinematic scores live in real time? Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. I've done that a few times. I'm very limited as a keyboard player. We've done, what have we done? We've done live scores for Night of the Living Dead, and we did what else we done? I can't think. We've done about 3 or 4 of them. Evans says, are there many others who improvise on Twitch? There are a lot of people that do stuff where they'll improvise with recordings. There's not, as far as I know, there are not that many of us that do what I would call pure improv, like basically from scratch. But Echolocations does some pure improv. Hey, Culinary Rewind, welcome back. Oh yeah, we did a soundtrack for Nosferatu. Who are some other, and they don't have to be pure improviser. And pure, that sounds elitist or something. Just some way to differentiate between making stuff entirely from scratch. Very Handsome Billy is an incredible improviser. He does mostly, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe he does some stuff entirely from scratch. He does a lot of really cool stuff where he takes two different songs and he turns them into a completely new thing. So he's improvising most of. I mean, he's other than sort of the recognizable melody or something, he's doing all from scratch. Yeah, he's someone to check out. I'm sure there's other. I mean, there's so many people streaming now compared to when I started, so I'm sure there's a lot of people I don't know about. But proportionally, us improvisers are a very small part of the Twitch music sphere. But yeah, Echolocations and Very Handsome Billy are awesome streamers to check out. You started at the beginning of this year. What kind of, so I'm guessing you're a piano player? Most of the cinematic improvisers I've seen have been piano players. Or you do other instruments too? Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. I do you do keyboards, drums, and iwi. What I'm really excited about is I think it's going to be. I'm very careful when it comes to the legal issues, so I only do public domain stuff. And what I'm looking for, I think it's. There's some weird issues with Metropolis, but I think Metropolis is going to be free and clear pretty soon, if not already. I forget. I've been waiting for it. Yeah, we still got a couple years to wait. But Metropolis, if anyone hasn't seen it, Metropolis is from 1927, and is so far ahead of its time. It's this sort of sci-fi drama, and people have done soundtracks later. There's an 80s soundtrack of it, But I think when Metropolis comes around, I think it might become an annual thing where we do it every single year. I've done some Buster Keaton stuff. Was it Buster Keaton? Or I did some Harold Lloyd. I think I did some Buster Keaton too. What do we have on this track? We had voice, Rhodes, and some flute, and Vuvuzela. Oh, and hey to K109. Good to see you. And did I shout out Staffy? I used Staffy's title. I found the end as a lyric inspiration. And I said hey to Culinary Rewind, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's end this. Oh, let me shout out a few titles. Let me shout out some more. Hug Queen with Presents Are Awesome. Buddy Skyborg with "In the changing future, as we live with our current hopes and dreams, we will immediately feel better." Grunobuloni, "Open this donut shop already." Staffy, "Golden reflection." Also, he fell asleep and dreamed again. Meaty Mangoes, "Yellow pipe dreams." Cool Breezin', "Orchid daydreams." Oh, thanks, Evans. Yeah. I think live streaming is a really good opportunity for improvisers, especially if you can come up with ways to include the audience, you know? Because that's one of the big, we have a lot of disadvantages as improvisers, right? People generally want to hear what they already know. But on the flip side of that is, as improvisers, we can adapt, we can be flexible, we can include the audience, right? And make it so that it's not a one-directional performance, which is what, almost all music is this thing that performers do at the audience. But improvisers can do something with the audience. So I think I at least have only scratched the surface, I think, of what's possible with interactive improvisation. Let's end this poll. Four-way tie, let's break it. And it's Hermes has chosen option number 1. End the symbol. Thank you, Staffy. That was End the Symbol. You work with your audience to compose a scene of music? That's awesome. When do you have a stream coming up? People can check you out. I like supporting improvisers. When do you have a show coming up that we can hype? Tuesday, Thursday mornings, 5:30 a.m. Pacific. Where are you? Are you in Australia or something? Where are you in the world? Are you in Asia somewhere? Yeah, let's do a we'll do a reverse raid. Let's all go follow Evans the Bard. Did I get it to work? There we go. Let's go follow Evans the Bard. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. You still think of Hugh Muty? Yeah, unforgettable. Hugh's unforgettable. Our show is live from Mysterious Break. We did 5 tracks. Started with 4 though. Liquid Acid, More Gems Than Mars, Hype Bump, and we ended on Endless Symbol. Sorry, do you hear that? Okay, let's do our thank yous. Our superstar mods, Allegra, Kuberizen, and Tubi. We had a raid for Bernardo B. Guitar. Thank you. We had lots of generosity tonight. Thank you so much to Hello Mateys, Banjo Fox, The Botsky, Setted Troll, Allegra, and Q Square. Thank you. Thank you for the cheers from M Boogers. We got a 38-month sub from Father 5, 31 for Funk, 51 for Zwidar. Thank you to all our lurkers and chatters. Oh, definitely Evan Zabard. Tonight we feature these 26 names you see on screen, either name recurrent tour, name event, you name one of our songs, and made a request to one of the songs. We featured Mo Alone, Banjo Fox, Bean Salsa, Bodybuilder, Tubi, Stongneck, Brother Mooch, Buddy Scarborough, Druniac 007, Father 5, GDBL, Grunobuloni, Hero Papaya, Queen LD, Emily Big Child, Jazzy, Miss Robert, Meaty Mangoes, Not Allegra, Obi-Wan, Pete Mouse, Pierre TV, Q Square, Space and Ace, Staffy, Summary 1, Susie Pinkett, Tony Birsky, Botsky. Cut to show, okay. How'd I do that so fast? I've been doing the shout outs for 1,000, well, almost. I didn't do it at the very beginning, but I've probably done a shout outs 800 times or something. So I've got a lot of experience. I have a list. I'm looking at this. I'm not doing it from memory. I would never be able to do that. Yeah, my record is, Corey says it's around 64 or something in one breath. The only way to do that is to go really fast. Okay, let's see. One of these days I'm going to find somebody playing a theremin. Wouldn't that be cool? Theremin? Okay. Let's raid. I think this person is new to me. No? Oh, you did a pie. Okay, yeah, let's do a pie. Okay. You ready, Tubi?
It's time for poison pies. What negative? I didn't say poison pie. I said poison pies. Yeah, that's right.
We can see
Here's
in
a
chat
question.
what you have.
What is the reason you get up in the morning, and your options? 1. Monster. 2. Headlight fluid. 3. Wedding cake. 4. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. 5. Transistor. 6. Pillow.
What is the reason you get up in the morning? Tubi wants to know. Is it monster, headlight fluid, wedding cake, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, transistor, or a pillow? A pillow doesn't make any sense. That's gonna keep you sleeping. Wow, those options. I've got a monster inside of me that wakes me up every morning. Says you gotta do stuff, kid. You gotta work on Project X. You gotta make this all happen. So I guess it's a monster. It's a monster that wakes me up. I've been sleeping more recently. I've had some health things, and because for the longest time I get up at an alarm at the same time every day, but I've decided recently I need to just for my health I need to sleep a little more than I was. Okay, let's end this. Oh, what's that? 24-hour stream. What's that? Let's end this poke. It's a tie. Let's break it. Iapetus. I can't remember. Lapidus, Iapetus. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Okay, we got one more.
According to this AIM message, it's time for poison pies. Here's a question. Which of the following is your favorite hobby, and your options? 1. Watch The Silence of the Lambs. 2. Write songs with names like I'm just going to ignore them, and listen to Tears for Fears on my radio. 3. Play the piccolo.
That was long.
4. Disassemble your TV remote and put it in an oven. 5. Write songs with names like Bloodthirsty Geese. Okay, now I'm imagining.
What? Which of the following is your favorite hobby? Watch The Silence of the Lambs. Write songs with names like I'm just going to ignore them and listen to Tears for Fears on my radio. I love Tears for Fears, so I might have to go with that. Play the piccolo. I'm not a huge fan of the piccolo. I mean, it's great in certain contexts, but it's really high pitched. I think I get tired of practicing it. Disassemble your TV remote and put it in an oven. Oh, Tuba, your mind is so messed up. Or write songs with names like Bloodthirsty Geese. Okay, now I'm imagining. Ugh. I'm going to go with 2 because I love Tears for Fears. I've said this before. People were just made differently in the 80s. There's so many pop singers in the 80s. Their voices just sound different. I hear singers in the 70s and I understand where they came from. The 60s, I understand. The 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, the 2020s. But then I hear these singers in the 80s and it's like they're aliens who don't quite know how to sing in English or just don't quite know how to, so they've discovered this different way to sing. Tears for Fears guy is a great example of it. I love his voice. I don't know how he sounds like that. Or or what are some other singers from the 80s whose voices just sound different? Men at Work singer, I think, sounds pretty different. Who sings the "Don't You Forget About Me" song? Don't you? Who's that? Or the Rick roll, Rick. What's his last name? His voice. His is a little more normal. Rick Astley, yeah. Okay, let's end this. Write songs with names like I'm going to ignore them and listen to Tears for Fears on the radio. Okay, let's see. Who are we gonna raid? What is this? I think I found what I want to raid. I think it's a benefit or so. What is this? Okay, this is the Last Chance Rock and Roll Bar from Melbourne, Australia. We do things like live stream a live music venue renovation for 24 hours a day for however long it takes us. Buy toilet keys and membership and merch from the Last Chance to help support. Because COVID has us shut forever. Let's go support this, whatever this is. Let's do this. Wait, where's my channel so I can do the raid? Oh, I see. Oh, Muty gave me a Bam Badly. The Moped Champion Tetska Kid just showed Ladybug, Mammoth, and Honey. Music helps people of different ages fall asleep. That's true. You are known in children as a tumor. A tumor. MTV released a music video to show them demasks. Latest show. Staffy, thank you, Muty. Staffy gifted a friend to Evans the Bard. It's Besser Irwin, a fluffy hedgehog who will bake you a fresh batch of chocolate chip cookies whenever you're feeling blue. Okay. Thanks everybody for a fun Saturday. I was telling you 24 hours ago, because of all the tech stuff, I was seriously thinking that I might not be able to do the music show for a month or 2 months. So I feel very grateful that things worked out. Yeah, so thanks everybody. I'm back Tuesday, Thursday. Remember, Tuesday shows now. Tuesday shows. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. No more Friday shows for the near future, or the indefinite future. And thanks, Hunter Souls, thank you for the 3 months sub. Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful whatever comes next. Let's go support this pub in Melbourne. Okay, here we go. Okay, take care. See y'all soon.